Good evening, everyone. On behalf of the entire Board of Education, I would like to apologize for beginning our meeting late this evening. We want to thank you for being here. This is not our norm, but we apologize for the lateness. Again, welcome everyone to the Board of Education meeting of the Elizabeth Board of Education. This is a combined regular agenda and business meeting of the Board of Education pursuant to New Jersey statutes and the rules adopted by the Board of Education. Notice of this meeting was sent to the Star Ledger and Cablevision of Elizabeth on March 22, 2024. In addition, this notice is posted on a bulletin board in the lobby of 500 North Broad Street, and pursuant to this act, a copy has been filed with the City Clerk of Elizabeth. We want to welcome everyone present here at School 51 to our television viewers to this March 28th meeting of the Board of Education. We are here to govern, provide management oversight, and make policy for the district. The superintendent manages the district. This is a meeting of the board and the public, not a meeting of the public. This meeting is being recorded and will become part of Elizabeth Board of Education permanent record. In order for that recording to adequately reflect the proceedings, please refrain from talking while others are speaking. We ask that you silence the sound of your electronic devices. Since it is legally mandated that these proceedings be accurately recorded, we may have to ask for periodically should noise begin to interfere with our recording capability. There will be a public portion for the citizens to address the board. Participants for the public portion must personally sign in prior to the start of this meeting so that they may have the opportunity to speak. The sign-in sheet states the name, address, telephone number, and reason for that person, reason that the person wants to comment, whether it be an agenda item or a general education comment. We are pleased that you have taken the time this evening to join us for our Board of Education meeting. Thank you for your interest in Elizabeth Public Schools. Mr. Kennedy, roll call, please.
Barbosa. Carvalho.
Present.
Chevres.
Here.
Jacobs.
Present.
Moreno Ortega. Naron. Goncalves Pestana.
Present.
Rivera.
Here.
Dorsley.
Here. Thank you. Before we begin, I would like to do a moment of silence for Lona Walker, retired 2-hour food service worker at School 23, Ronald Ron Kelly, a retired guidance counselor from Halsey Academy and Elizabeth basketball head coach, Irene Sanchez, former food service worker at School number 18, and Sylvana Castro, mother of James Montessori, principal of School number 6. If everyone can rise, please. Thank you. At this time, please remain standing. We will have the presentation of colors by our Admiral William F. Halsey Junior Health and Public Safety Academy, Junior ROTC. At this time, please remain standing as we have the Pledge of Allegiance led by Board Member Stephanie Goncalves Pestana. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. At this time, we're going to have the Star Spangled Banner played.
Can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Let's give a round of applause for our students from Junior ROTC. Thank you. If we could remain standing as Board Member Isaiah Rivera leads us to the Pledge of Ethics, please.
As a member of the Elizabeth Public Schools professional learning community, I will treat people as I wish to be treated. To do that, I pledge to understand that the school community is a special place. Listen respectfully when someone else is speaking by paying close attention and not interrupting. Speak in a calm voice and use proper language. Dress appropriately for teaching and learning. Inspire the best in myself and others by celebrating successes and learning from mistakes. Care about others by demonstrating acts of kindness. Be a lifelong learner by taking every opportunity to learn from others.
Thank you. You may be seated. I will now have our Superintendent of Schools introduce our student representative for this month.
Good evening. It is my pleasure to share a few details with regard to our student representative. Alondra Calva Girón is the student representative for John E. Dwyer Technology Academy. She is currently the valedictorian for her senior class and hopes to help students achieve their goals. At the moment, she is the president of the student government. Recently, she had the honor to receive the Princeton Prize Award in Race Relations for helping advance race equity in Elizabeth. She is a Student Success Center Fellow for the Student Success Center from Make the Road, New Jersey, in which she assists fellow peers in completing college and financial aid applications. After school, she is a Youth Power Project leader for the Youth Power Project, a group of high school students who fight for equity in their community. In the future, She intends to attend Johns Hopkins University to pursue a career in education. With her support systems at Dwyer, she accomplished these goals. It is my pleasure now to invite Alondra Calva-Hiron to please approach the dais. Thank you.
It's so tough. Sorry. Mr. Kennedy, please add our student representative in the roll call, please.
Thank you. Duly noted.
Thank you. At this time, the microphones are open for public comments for those who have signed in prior to this session. I shall call individuals to the microphone based on the order of the sign-in sheet. Each statement made by a participant shall be limited to 3 minutes in duration. The total time of public comment shall be limited to 60 minutes. No individual is able to yield their time to another individual. All statements shall be directed to the presiding officer. No participants may address or question board members individually. Each speaker shall comply in all respects with Board Policy 9322. The following rules shall apply. Time limits will be strictly enforced. No personal attacks on individuals or naming individuals. No vulgar or indecent language. A person may address the board no more than once during a single meeting. Comments will not be debated. All persons in violation of this policy will be warned. As a reminder, this is a meeting of the board in public, not a meeting of the public. At this time, I call up Ms. Maria Lorenz.
Good evening. On March 7th, my son was injured at school 29. The injury led him to the nurse's office, where your policy states that he should be examined for bleeding and broken bones. That was violated. He was to receive aid. That was violated. Your process and policy for bone injuries, especially fractures, are that he should be kept warm, immobilized, seek medical attention, call me, and fill out an incident report and insurance forms. I will inform you that my son fell at school playing recess and fractured his wrist in 2 places. I was the only one that was called. My husband as well, I couldn't pick up. And instead of seeking immediate attention, we were called to take him out of school. There was nothing else given besides allegedly ointment and a Band-Aid. Is this how you treat students in the school district? Furthermore, had I not asked for the insurance forms, I would have never been given the insurance forms. So note to parents, you can ask for the district's insurance form to cover your medical bills, because clearly if you don't ask for it, they're not gonna offer it to you either. So that was another fail. I'm not very happy with the way this situation was handled. It was a fracture, and if your nurses are trained to recognize fractures and broken bones, then they should have told us to seek immediate attention or asked us if we would like for him to be transported. So now that you're doing your budget, you can save your money on nurses and give it to the vice principals and the principals who can give and apply ointment, Band-Aids, and ice packs, because most of the nurses in this school district don't do the job they're hired to do. In addition to that, I have to say I'm very, very pleased. The state finally answered my complaint and found this district non-compliant when it comes to IEPs. I've been talking about children's IEPs being violated for quite some time. Now you're found non-compliant and having to do corrective action plans. And that couldn't make me more happier. You know why? Because I filed the same complaint a few years ago, and you were found non-compliant then, and you're still not found compliant today. That is a big problem in this district, specifically when there's no CPAC. So I'm happy that parents here have an opportunity to have their rights spoken out for, because I'm the one that took that step to make it happen. 2 times in a row, guys, to not follow an IEP, that's just disgusting. You should be ashamed of yourselves. That's a federal legal document that you willfully chose to violate, despite the fact I came here several times to talk about it.
Thank you, Ms. Lorenz. The next person to speak is Alex Pedro.
Hello, I'm Alex Prado, and I go to School 22. Good afternoon, esteemed members of the Board of Education. I'm here to address the absence of Ms. Sing Ting Feng, orchestra teacher at both School 22 and School 7. Ms. Feng is an exemplary educator demonstrating exceptional patience, dedication, and professionalism in her role. She fosters a positive learning environment by incorporating challenges, humor, and creativity into her teaching methods while consistently maintaining high standards of professionalism. Allow me to illustrate Ms. Feng's contributions to the growth of orchestra program and its impact on the community. Under her guidance, students have participated in meaningful activities such as a visit to a special needs school where they shared the joy of music by allowing students to experience playing instruments like the cello and violin. Additionally, the orchestra has served the community by performing for esteemed individuals such as the mayor and senior citizens. Ms. Feng's commitment extends beyond regular school hours, as she's willingly invested her personal time on weekends to assist students in refining their musical skills for school events. She also conducts pull-out lessons to ensure students are adequately prepared for competitions and special performances. However, Ms. Feng's absence has been keenly felt, particularly in the orchestra's preparation for competitions. Her return is eagerly awaited as her expertise and guidance are integral to the orchestra's success. School 22's orchestra respectfully requests and strongly advocates for her reinstatement to ensure the continued growth and success for the orchestra program. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. And our next speaker is Cesar Martinez.
Good afternoon. My name is Cesar Martinez, and I also go to School 22. I'm also here to talk about the unfortunate absence of my orchestra teacher, Miss Feng. I'm a student at William F. Halloran. I play in the community orchestra, and I'm in all 4 groups. I've heard the news that you decided to transfer Miss Feng to another school due to some complications with the other teacher. I mean this with the least disrespect, but I feel like the decision that you guys made was wrong. I feel like she made no. I feel like that she was like a great teacher to everybody, and I feel like that she shouldn't have been transferred just because of such little things. Even after she got transferred, I would also like to complain that the new teacher doesn't even let us do anything. The room is a complete mess, and me and other students also try to help clean it, but it just gets dirty the day after. I've seen multiple broken instruments right after, and this isn't good because in also a few months, me and a ton of other people that are also here have to perform at like many major events, and this isn't really a good situation because we need to get the right amount of practice so that we don't mess up on stage. Please reconsider your recent actions, and hopefully you could realize that the mistake that you guys made. Thank you.
Thank you, Cesar. At this time, I close the public portion or public comment portion. Thank you. At this time, I'm going to have our superintendent make some remarks.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to actually ask Dr. Cedeno to please speak to the parent of school number 22 that is here and the students. Thank you.
I just also want to commend the two students who came to speak as well. I know it took a lot of courage for you to come and speak. Thank you. For the presentation portion of our opening calendar this evening, we have created a video highlighting the initiatives sponsored by our board member, Maria Carvalho, for Women's History Month. As I mentioned in January, I'm going to be having all of the board members sponsor a month throughout the year, and Maria Carvalho sponsored this month, and it has focused on women's history. Throughout the month of March, the stories of many prominent local women leaders who have had a profound impact on our community and beyond were shared in our schools. We also hosted a speaker series of women leaders in law enforcement, fire, crisis emergency management, and engaged with our high school students. We concluded by welcoming local and state dignitaries to share their wisdom with our elementary schools, and we also did our Girls in Pearls program throughout the month as well. At this time, if we can have the video play.
Hi, I'm Maria Carvalho, and it has been a tremendous honor to serve this community as a member of the Elizabeth Board of Education over the past decade. As board members, under the leadership of President Charlene Bathelis Dorgely, we are excited to sponsor several initiatives during the year that enhance the students' learning experience. I am proud to be sponsoring the Women's History Month initiative during the month of March. This year, we hosted a speaker series of women leaders in law enforcement, fire, and crisis emergency management, led by Detective Jennifer Perez, to engage with our high school students. We also welcomed local and state dignitaries. My hope is that the lessons that our students learn, the personal stories that they hear, inspire them to believe that they are capable of anything to which they set their minds to and apply themselves. Please visit our website for the full video that will be available at the end of the month.
I just want to take a moment to thank Board Member Maria Carvalho for sponsoring this month's events and all that you do throughout the community as well. At our, was it February, March 14th? Our March 14th board meeting, we were doing our recognitions, and we had recognized various women in the community, including the board members up here and some of our staff. But we were not able to acknowledge our legal counsel, Heather Ford, and I wanted to do that. And in addition to that, wanted to definitely recognize the women who are here today: Kathy Badalis, Amy Gill, Jamie Levitt, Dorothy McMillan, and Sandra Nunez. To everyone here, I just wanted to say Happy Women's History Month on behalf of our board. Okay. Okay, so everyone has gotten celebrated. Thank you. I see our female woman officer in the back too. Thank you for your service. Thank you to our security guard who's here. And men, we appreciate you for supporting us, and we'll celebrate you soon, okay? All right. All right. All right, at this time, our superintendent will present the community updates.
Thank you, Madam President. First, we would like to be able to share a video honoring our social workers. As we know, last month we celebrated our guidance counselors. This month we are celebrating our social workers. Our social workers provide a safe environment in our schools. They provide this unique ability to support our children so that they are able to focus on their academics. They are responsible for the development. They truly serve, our mental health staff serves as a pillar in our community, in our schools. And I'd like to be able to share a video thanks to our IT department, and just a note of thanks.
My name is Peter Vossler, and I am the supervisor of anti-bullying and our school-based social workers here for our school district. School social workers play a vital role in the educational system, providing essential support services to students, families, and school staff. Their impact can be observed and felt in several key areas. They provide counseling, crisis intervention, and support to students dealing with emotional or behavioral challenges. By addressing these issues early, they can help prevent more severe problems from developing and support students in achieving academic success. School social workers work closely with families to address various issues that may impact a child's education. They provide resources, counseling, and advocacy to ensure that families have the support they need to create a stable environment for their children. By implementing preventative programs and services such as social-emotional learning curriculum, anti-bullying initiatives, and support groups, school social workers help create a positive school climate that fosters academic achievement and overall well-being. The impact of school social workers extends far beyond the individual students they serve, contributing to the overall health and success of the school community. We thank them for all they do each and every day.
I'd like to recognize the efforts of our Director of Student Services, Mr. Anthony DiDonato, for leading the charge of mental health in our district. Thank you to all of our social workers. Very grateful. And now we're turning to our announcements for this month. So I'm going to ask our IT department. Fantastic, great timing. Wonderful. So we'd like to turn to the next slide, please. As we begin with our recognitions this month. Next slide. We'd like to begin by acknowledging Elmora School Number 12, who revalidated their AVID National Demonstration School status and hosted an AVID showcase at their school. Excuse me one moment. We need 1 second, please. My apologies. So at School Number 12 hosted an AVID showcase on March 21st. Elizabeth Public School team members and out-of-district educators from White Plains, Delaware, Trenton, Highlands, and Christina School District visited pre-K to 8 classrooms to observe writing, inquiry, collaboration, organization, and reading, or as known as the Wicker Strategy. Southeast Associate AVID Director and Validator Shonda Martin applauded the School 12 community for their vibrant college culture along with students' bravery to participate in philosophical chairs, Socratic seminars, and share their binders with guests. During the College Cafe question and answer session, students explained how they took daily notes in all their classes, as well as how AVID has helped them improve both academically and socially. As per validator Shonda Martin, Elmora School 12 exudes college and career readiness, and it is evident that the entire staff shares the belief that all of our students will leave Elmora University, as it is commonly referred to within the School 12 community, with a clear goal to graduate high school, move on to college, and be ready for their careers. So congratulations once again to school number 12. We now turn to our next slide, please. Alexander Hamilton Preparatory Academy School Counselor Valerie Hendon was awarded Counselor of the County by the New Jersey School Counselor Association at the 38th Annual NJSCA Professional Recognition Awards Program on March 15th at the College of New Jersey in Ewing. The NJSCA honored school counselors from each of New Jersey's 21 counties who are nominated by their colleagues and are selected by their own county school counselor association for this award. The award honors the professionals who devote their careers to serving as advocates, often as lifesavers for the nation's students. The candidates are selected for the Counselor of the County Award at their county-level school counselor association. They're selected because of their ability to deliver an effective school counseling program which focuses on academic development, on career counseling, and personal and social support. They further distinguish themselves by proving to be leaders of systemic change, advocates for students, and collaborative professionals who seek the success of the whole student in both school and in life. Valerie Hendon has served the Elizabeth Public Schools for over 28 years, beginning her career in the district as a teacher in the Adult Education Learning Center and in 6th through 8th grade before making the transition to school counselor in 2003. During her years as a school counselor, she has been an asset to countless students through her assistance with college and on-site admissions, scholarships, community service projects, and of course, course selection. So a special congratulations to our guidance counselor, Valerie Hendon. As we continue on, our Night of Champions. The Elizabeth Board of Education and the Elizabeth Public Schools hosted a Night of Champions on March 21st at the Thomas G. Dunn Sports Center to honor the championship-winning 2023-2024 Elizabeth Minutemen and Elizabeth Lady Minutemen basketball teams. The Minutemen earned their third state sectional title in 5 years with a thrilling 69-67 victory over Plainfield in the North 2 Group 4 final at the Dunn Sports Center before a dominating performance in defeating Lenape 57-41 at Rutgers University's Jersey Mike's Arena in New Brunswick to claim the Group 4 title. The Lady Minutemen won their first Union County tournament in over 25 years with a 59-57 overtime victory over Cranford at Kane University's Harwood Arena to end an inspiring run that included 2 wins in the first 2 rounds by a combined 7 points before knocking off 2-time defending UCT champion and then number 12 ranked New Providence in the semifinal. They would carry that momentum into the state tournament, knocking off the number 1 seed Plainfield on the road in the semifinal to reach the North 2 Group 4 championship before falling to Hillsborough. Board President Charlene Bathalis-Dorjali presented the Lady Minutemen coaches Crystal Reinhold and Donald Johnson commemorative frames and the Lady Minutemen team a banner, and Board Vice President Stan Neron presented Minutemen coach Phil Colicchio a commemorative frame and the Minutemen team a banner honoring their respective championship seasons. Elizabeth City Council President Carlos Torres, on behalf of the City Council, greeted the audience and congratulated both teams for their outstanding season. And a resolution was also presented to Coach Colicchio for the Minutemen's Group 4 championship winning season, while Councilwoman at Large Patricia Perkins Augusti presented a resolution to Coach Reinhold for the Lady Minutemen's Union County championship. So it's been quite a season, to say the least. Next slide, please. And what an appropriate moment to honor our Director of Athletics, Ben Candolino. Also honored at the Night of Champions was former Elizabeth boys basketball coach and current Elizabeth Public Schools athletic director Ben Candolino, who was one of the 7 Garden State sports luminaries to be inducted in the New Jersey State Interscholastic Athletic Association Hall of Fame class of 2024 in a ceremony held at the Westin Princeton on March 24th, this past Sunday. The purpose of the NJSIAA Hall of Fame is to identify and recognize deserving individuals with distinguished achievements who have attained excellence and made a positive and dynamic impact upon the NJSIAA. Mr. Candolino, the longtime Elizabeth High School boys basketball coach, as well as basketball and baseball coach of his alma mater, St. Mary's of Elizabeth, is joined in the class of 2024 by former Wayne Hills football star and current Fox Sports football analyst Greg Olson, former Bergen Catholic baseball star Mark DeRosa, former Union Catholic track athlete and two-time Olympic gold medal winner Sydney McLaughlin-Lebron, Mount Olive track athlete and U.S. outdoor women's triple jump record holder Keturah Orji, former Hudson Catholic, North Carolina and New Jersey Nets basketball star Michael O'Corin, and longtime Southern Regional Athletic Director and NJSIAA Assistant Director Kim DeGraw-Cole. Coach Candolino's greatest success came as head coach of Elizabeth High School's varsity boys basketball team, where he finished with 348 wins. And I repeat, 348 wins and only 46 losses. His teams won 12 Watchung Conference championships, 9 Union County Tournament championships, 9 Group 4 Section 2 state championships, 5 Group 4 state championships, and the 1990 Tournament of Champions over former perennial national power St. Anthony's of Jersey City, a feat that was accomplished by only 3 other New Jersey public schools during the 34-year era. Mr. Candolino's teams, or I should say, Coach Candolino's teams finished their season ranked number 1 in the state by the Star Ledger twice in 1985 and 1990. Coach Candolino was recognized as Union County Coach of the Year 6 times, as well as Eastman Kodak and Daily News Coach of the Year in 1990, and is among a select group of coaches who have won state championships in baseball, basketball, and football. In a new 2019 NewJersey.com piece ranking the top 99 New Jersey high school coaches of all time, he ranked number 52 overall and 6th among boys basketball coaches. So once again, Coach Candolino, we salute you. And as we move on, we celebrate school number 28. Juan Pablo Duarte, Jose Julian Martí, school number 28, was one of 38 New Jersey public schools and districts selected to receive a Sustainable Jersey for Schools grant funded by the New Jersey Education Association at a ceremony at the College of New Jersey on March 21st. Sustainable Jersey for Schools distributed 13 $10,000 grants and 25 $2,000 grants to support a variety of projects, including hydroponics and aeroponics systems, outdoor school gardens, outdoor classrooms, food waste, recycling, and waste reduction initiatives, including disposable water bottle reduction programs, composting, and capturing sustainable energy sources. In addition to that, there were pollinator gardens, sustainability, STEAM and climate change curriculum, bike racks, maintenance stations, and the list goes on. School 28 was awarded a $2,000 grant to fund the addition of an outdoor classroom as well as some science resources. They're eager to begin the development of an outdoor classroom as it will be instrumental in extending learning beyond the traditional classroom. Principal Evelyn Rodriguez Salcedo said it will also be an excellent opportunity for teachers to regroup with their students after activities that take place in their school garden. So we congratulate school number 28 on having written a very successful proposal and beginning this incredible work of sustainability. As we continue on, we recognize Thomas Jefferson Arts Academy sophomore Karma Beach Wilson and senior Jaylene Mingo, who earned 2nd place and 3rd place respectively in the 22nd annual Young Playwrights competition sponsored by the theater group. The goal of the competition is to encourage the next generation of theater practitioners and audience by honoring their work and bringing it to life. The Theater Project, which was founded in 1994, has been developing and introducing New Jersey audiences to new plays, supporting rising playwrights, theater artists, providing programs for children, and using theater as a forum to address the issues of our time for nearly 3 decades. Beach Wilson earned second place for her play Again Tomorrow, while Mingo earned third place for his play The Death Gamble. Second and third prize winners received monetary awards and also the Joseph Kirka Award for Young Playwrights, along with having their plays read aloud online during the performance on March 25th. The Theater Project is committed to the concept that participation in the arts builds fundamental skills in reading, writing, and critical thinking. So again, a sincere congratulations to our students from the Thomas Jefferson Arts Academy. Next slide. We're going to be sharing with our community this evening some important upcoming events that will be taking place. So next slide, please. We are revising our calendar for this current school year. As our parents and guardians may be aware, we were impacted by 2 weather events this winter. So as a result, we need to change the last day of school. And those events took place on January 19th and on February 13th. So therefore, the last day of school will be June 24th, which is a Monday. The schools will close at 12:15 for students and team members. And on June 25th, our schools will close at 12:15 for our 10-month administrators. So parents, we will be sending letters out to remind you with regard to the change in the calendar. We are adding 2 additional days in order to comply with a 180-day requirement as per the New Jersey Department of Education. Next slide, please. A reminder that our Gifted and Talented program application is still open. It is going to close on April 12th. So please, if you haven't submitted your application, this is a friendly reminder. Next slide, please. Also, our high school information sessions and registrations are opening actually today, March 28th through April 18th. So for all of our 8th graders, it is important that you work with your families, with your parents on selecting the high school choice for your beginning your 9th grade career at the 9 through 12 high schools and our 8 academies. And we're going to move to the next slide, please. Next slide, yeah. State assessments updates. We have our Director of Research Evaluation Assessment here. State assessments update. Reminder, SAT school day will be on April 23rd. And a reminder, at our last board meeting, we shared information regarding the SAT, which is now online. Our counselors have been working to ensure that our students are prepared for this new format so that they can be successful as they take the SAT. Next slide, please. And just as a reminder, all grade 11 students will be taking the SAT, and of course, our seniors who have not taken the SAT will also be required in order to comply with our policy on graduation requirements. Next slide, please. And now we turn our attention to the New Jersey Student Learning Assessments. Just as a reminder, we can never start early enough reminding our families that our state assessments for our students at the elementary and middle school level will begin on May 1st and run through May 23rd. So practically the entire month of May, our children will be taking state assessments. Next slide, please. And now with regard to the details, as you can see on the schedule before you, the grade levels are listed, grades 3 to 5. The dates for the English language arts and the math and science assessments are posted. We will post this information on our website for our families and also send letters out as reminders. We want to ensure that our children are well rested, that they have a good breakfast in the morning, and that they do their very best. So we have listed here grades 3 to 5, our middle school 6 to 8, as well as the dates for our high school administration. Next slide, please. And now we turn to the dates for our high school graduations. So of course, since we are extending the calendar due to the 2 snow days, we wanted to make sure that our families were aware that we are now planning for an extension as it relates to our graduation ceremony. So as you can see, we have outlined the dates and the academies that will be graduating. We begin on June 24th with 3 of our high school academies, our Admiral William F. Halsey Health and Public Safety Academy, our J. Christian Bulwich Academy, and our John E. Dwyer Technology Academy. We then move on to the 25th with 3 additional high school academies, Elizabeth High School, the JVJ STEM Academy, and Thomas Jefferson Arts Academy. And we end on the 26th with Alexander Hamilton Preparatory Academy and Thomas Edison Career and Technical Academy. Again, we will be sharing this information in a letter to all of our families, ensure that our principals are communicating regularly and ensuring that we are preparing for the end of the school year and celebratory opportunity. Next slide, please. I would like to acknowledge the efforts of our Director of Equity and Inclusion, who has been coordinating parent workshops throughout the course of the year, together with our PTO presidents. So once again, a reminder that we have the calendar of workshops on our website. Simply have to go to our district homepage and under Multimedia Gallery, easy access, direct access to being able to see the monthly workshops. And we will be sending additional reminders via social media and letters as well. Next slide, please. And we also wanted to share our celebrations and events that are coming up for the month of April. So we have our National Vice Principals Week, this first week of April, our National Volunteer Week, Earth Day, Administrative Professional Days, Arbor Day, National Autism Acceptance Month, our Jazz Appreciation Month, and our National Poetry Month, all coming up this month of April, and also the many celebrations taking place at each of our schools that have been developed by our principals and teachers, amazing opportunities. And that concludes our March announcements. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you so much. Before we begin the agenda, are there any questions from the board members? Okay, seeing none, we'll begin reviewing our agenda. Are there any questions for tab 1A and tab 1B?
Madam President, I have a question.
Hold on.
Wait, I can see the question.
Yes.
What resources is the school providing to help with the digital SAT that's upcoming in April?
Is that pertaining to tab 1A and 1B?
It was a question about the updates.
The updates, okay. So we'll have to go back now. So I'm going to ask Madam Superintendent, yes.
So with regard to resources, it's the information provided by our guidance counselors to our students, our 11th and 12th grade students, with regard to familiarity with understanding that we are going from a paper and pencil to an online format. So it's really providing those opportunities for students to learn about the change in the assessment. Thank you.
Madam President,
Yes, Mr. Jacobs?
I'd like to make a comment if possible.
Yes.
I'd like to comment on my visit to School 13 and the career fair. I know other schools have had career fairs as well, but this was the first one that I was able to attend. And I was quite impressed with the job that Mrs. Stewart and her staff are doing over there at School 13. And a chance to see people take time out of their day who were influencers, firefighters, all different walks of profession, coming down and volunteering their time so that our disadvantaged students can get the chance to see that they can grow up to be that type of person. So it was a really powerful experience being able to visit them that day at School 13. I also got a chance to go back to School 12, and we had been there, I think, a couple of years ago when they initially did their AVID demonstration, and to see them go back through the re-demonstration and the jobs that Mrs. Kulik is doing in that school along with the staff was just wonderful to see so many exciting things happening in our district. Thank you, Madam President.
You're welcome. Thank you for sharing with us. Any other comments? Are we sure we're ready to begin the agenda? All right, so we're going to restart our agenda again. Any comments or questions regarding tab 1A or tab 1B? Mr. Kennedy, please add the official and private minutes and treasurer's secretary report to the agenda, please. Tab 2A, personnel report, superintendent.
Madam President, I'm going to ask Mr. Cuesta to please provide a summary of our personnel report.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent. So, ladies and gentlemen of the board, for your consideration tonight, you have a few items. You have, for example, 15 changes of salary, and this is due to individuals obtaining either a master's degree or the 6-year level. You, as a matter of fact, have a custodian who obtained her boiler license, so that person is getting a change in salary. You also have a handful of transfers, and if you recall, the transfers are a result of requests from individuals, legal issues. When it comes to special education, if a student moves from a school to another, change your classification, etc. You have 7 resignations, and extremely important, you have 22 appointments. And I'm really excited about those appointments for the next school year, and for this school year, as a matter of fact. You also have a few resignations, and you have 11 retirements. I want to take the advantage of the opportunity to congratulate all the individuals who are retiring, whose names appear before you tonight. And I want to take the liberty of highlighting 3 individuals whom I have known very, very well for so many years. I'm going to start with Doris Farrell, principal of School 19, who has decided to retire at the end of the school year. I have known Doris for quite some time, and she's clearly a dedicated member of the school district, someone who also cares deeply about our community, and she has shown throughout the years her dedication to our students. The second person I would like to highlight is Mary Jane Lefano, who works in the Division of Staff Development. Throughout Mary Jane's tenure as an educator, she has exemplified the true essence of dedication, passion, and unwavering commitment to the Elizabeth Public Schools. She has not only been a teacher, but also a mentor, a guide, and a support for so many in our district. Last but not least, I would like to highlight the retirement of Mrs. Josephine Rodriguez, a teacher at school number 6, who is a remarkable individual who has dedicated 38 years of incredible years to the education profession. According to one of her vice principals, Stephanie Zick Marino, this extraordinary teacher has touched the lives of countless students and colleagues and community members, and her kindness and truthfulness and her unwavering commitment to education has really exemplified her. On a personal note, I have known Josephine Rodriguez since she was a high school student. She has been my neighbor and my friend for 35 years, and there's no doubt in my mind that the district will miss the extraordinary work that Mrs. Rodriguez has performed for the past 38 years. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. At this time, are there any other questions or comments from our board members for tab 2A?
Yes, Madam President.
Yes.
Mr. Quest, I just have a question, unless it's a typo. On page 8, the last person mentioned, which is a staff for CDA, is saying that's effective November 1st, 2022. If it's a typo or page 8. Is it a typo or is it just coming across to us now almost 2 years later? The last person identified on page 8. YV are the initials.
I believe it's a typo.
Okay.
But I will confirm and get back to you. Sometimes things happen and we have to recommend to the board meeting presentations like this one.
Yeah.
Confirm that
Yeah, it just caught my attention because it says effective November 1st, 2022. Thank you, Mr. Cuesta.
Madam President,
Yes, Mr. Jacobs.
I'd just like to make a comment on 2A. I'm excited to see the many changes in the IT department. I think, I love the IT department. They do an what? I'm sorry, Madam President.
It's okay, it's okay. We're going to scratch that. We'll discuss that in private. Thank you. Are there any other questions for tab 2A? I also want to congratulate all of our retirees, including Ms. Doris. I've worked with her for the last several years, and I just wanted to say congratulations to her and everyone else. Yes. Mr. Kennedy, if you can do me a favor, if you can, I would like to table page 12 and page 17, please. To discuss in private. And Madam Superintendent, my question regarding the additional services on page 22. When is the application open for these positions for people to apply?
Certainly. We had posted at the beginning of the year, we posted once again in January, and we're going to be posting again in June to ensure that we start the new year, because we have translations that begin as early as the first week in July.
Okay, thank you.
So June will be the next posting.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments from the board members for tab 2A, personnel report? Yeah, I'm asking to table those 2 pages into private to discuss something. Yes, you have a question, Mr. Rivera?
Pages again?
Excuse me?
What were the pages again?
I would like to table page 12 and page 17.
Should 15 be included?
Let me see. I don't have a problem with 15. If you would like to table 15, you can do that. No. I'm not tabling 16. It's 17 and 12. Okay. Seeing no questions or comments, Mr. Kennedy, please put the rest of the tab on the agenda, please. Tab 3, tuitions report. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, Mr. Kennedy, put it on the agenda, please. Tab 4A, 4B, Well, let me go. Do I do it per? All right, tab 4A. I'm gonna have our superintendent.
Thank you very
Speak,
much, Madam
please.
President. I would like to ask our Director of Athletics, Mr. Candelino, to present his items.
Good evening. I have 3 items on page 1. The first item has already taken place, we allowed 3 of our wrestlers who qualified for the state championship in Atlantic City to attend. The reason why it's on the March agenda is because it could not make the February agenda because the tournament itself actually takes place after the February meeting. So the state qualifications took place after the February meeting. And our 3 wrestlers, I will say, did attend and had an excellent experience.
Thank you.
The second one is requested that our cheerleading coach, Sandra Varista, attend a conference in New Jersey, in Ewing, in New Jersey. And the third one was requesting that 7 of our coaches and 22 of our girls and boys track team attend the Penn relays. The dates are from April 24th for April 26th. For the girls and for the boys, it's April 25th to April 27th. This is the Penn relays is something that we've allowed our student athletes to attend over the years for many years now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Candelino. We're going to move over now to Mr. DiDonato, Director of Student Services.
Okay, good evening. For your consideration tonight, I have 2 contracts to present under tab 4A, considerations. First, on page 1, number 3, for your consideration is a professional development conference for 9 of our district social workers who will attend the 2024 NASW-NJ Annual Conference. The annual conference focuses on critical issues surrounding the social work profession and solving issues impacting our community. The following schools are attending: Schools 5, School 6, Schools 28, Bulwidge, Halsey, and Hamilton Academies. The conference cost is $5,315 and is being paid out of Title IV and II funding. Lastly, on page 2, number 12 for your consideration, 36 school counselors will attend the 2024 NJSCA conference at Kane University on April 19th. The annual conference focuses on providing school counselors with essential skills in counseling theory and action to better support our students. All Elizabeth schools were invited to participate in this annual conference. The conference cost is $1,340 and is being paid out of Title II and IV funding. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DiDonato. I'm going to turn now to Dr. Nunez, our Director of Bilingual, ESL, and World Language.
Good evening, everyone. For your consideration, on page 2, number 8, I'm requesting that the bilingual ESL supervisors, Maria Triana and Rebecca Orlana, attend a professional development session titled Bilingualism and Disabilities, Critical Steps to Differentiate the Both. This will take place on May 2nd, and it is in the amount of $390, and it's funded by Title III.
Thank you, Dr. Nunez. I'm going to ask also Dr. Cedeno, please, our Assistant Superintendent for Teaching and Learning.
Hello, here we go. For your presentation this evening, we have authorization for Vice Principal Ms. Liliana Diaz to attend the NJ TESOL NJBE conference, also at the Hyatt Regency, for a total of $515.
Thank you, Dr. Cedeno. And that completes our considerations.
Thank you. Any questions for our board members for tab 4A? Any questions from our board members for tab 4B? Any questions from our board members from tab 4BB? Any questions or comments from our board members for tab 4C?
Yes, Madam President?
Yes.
Not a question, I just want to make a quick comment. I would like to just commend all of our staff. I was just asking to see last month's agenda for our field trip considerations. Last month came with 111 field trip considerations, and this month we have 149. So that is a very nice number to see as board members, that our teachers are putting the effort and having field trips for our students. So I do commend you and thank you.
Thank you. Madam Superintendent?
Please. I would like to ask Mrs. Finch-Johnson, our Assistant Superintendent, to provide the report on behalf of Mr. Cortez for field trips.
Thank you. As the Commissioner mentioned, there are 149 total field trips on the agenda for your approval this evening. 87 are for grades K to 8, 62 for the high school, 32 of the field trips are for college and university visits, and 4 field trips are for competitions.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions for anything from 4A through 4C? Seeing none, Mr. Kennedy, if you can just put it on our agenda, please. We will have 4D done later on by our superintendent. At this time, we have tab 5 and 5A authorizations report. If our superintendent could have our supervisors give a report.
I'd like to begin with our Director of Special Services, Dr. Ojeda.
Thank you. Tab 5, correct?
Tab
So,
5.
thank you. So we have 2 requests for authorizations from the Division of Special Services for your review tonight. The first is on page 1. It's the very first authorization to participate in the annual Special Olympics track and field event at Aldrich High School. We plan to send 5 schools to participate along with their student athletes who've been participating and getting ready for the last few weeks. Our second recommendation for authorization is detailed on the top of page 6 to request permission for our annual Child Study Team recognition luncheon at the beginning of May. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ojeda. I'd like to ask now Dr. McMullen, our Director of Special Projects, to please present.
Good evening. I have 4 authorizations for your consideration this evening. The first one on tab 5 is on page 1. The first authorization is for students in grades 6 to 12 to participate in the Union County Teen Arts Festival held at the New Jersey Trailside Science Center located in the Watchung Reservation in Mountainside, New Jersey. This event will be held May 16th for grades 6 through 8 and May 17th for grades 9 through 12. Students can experience all disciplines of art and participate in workshops and exhibits. This is at no cost to the district, and approximately 1,500 Elizabeth students will participate in this event. The second authorization on page 1, which is on the bottom of page 1, is for our kindergarten through 12th grade students to participate in the citywide art show organized by the Mayor's Office to be held at City Hall from June 5th through the 14th. Our students would participate in the show by creating artwork representing each school in the district to create this museum exhibition created 100% by students. My third authorization is located on page 4, and it's approximately in the middle of the page, and this is the authorization to continue to accept unlimited online audiobook access from Learning Ally in all of our K-12 schools through December 2024. Learning Ally Audiobook Solutions produces and maintains a library of educational, accessible, human-read audiobooks, which includes highlighted text, speech control, bookmarking, and note-taking, Learning Ally has continued to receive funding through the New Jersey Department of Education Learning Ally Grant, which affords them the opportunity to provide these services at no cost to the board. And the final authorization is on page 5 for the band parent organization to host the second annual Salsa Night on May 4th at Frank J. Ciccarelli Academy. A portion of the proceeds will be donated to the Elizabeth High School Marching Band to offset the costs for future events. Thank you.
Dr. McMullen. I'd like to ask Mr. Etienne, our Director of Equity and Inclusion, to please present.
Thank you. At this time, for your consideration, authorization for approval of budget amendment for the Carl D. Perkins grant. We ask that the School Business Administration for board authorization of payment on the following on tab 5, page 6. And on also on page 9, the breakdown of the budget for the Carl D. Perkins grant, which includes personal salaries, purchase professionals, instructional supplies, personal services, employee benefit, purchase professional and technical services, and instructional equipment for the sum of $313,001. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Etienne. We're moving on now to Dr. Badalas, our Director of Staff Development.
Good evening, everyone. Tonight I will be presenting 4 items under tab 5, authorizations for your consideration. The first authorization is on page 2. It's an authorization to apply for the 2024 Union County Kids Dig In, a school garden grant program. It's a renewal grant opportunity for schools with the intention to encourage creativity through hands-on learning experiences. This is at no cost to the board. The second and third authorizations are on page 3. There are also authorizations to apply for the NJDOE Teach STEM Classes in Non-Public Schools grant. This grant opportunity is on behalf of one of our non-public schools in the town, the JEC, the Jewish Educational Center, and it's for 2 of our high school teachers to teach STEM classes after their school hours at the JEC during the 24-25 school year. And the final authorization this one is to accept. It's also on page 3. It's to accept Title I SIA Part A funds for School 28 in the amount of $71,400 for January through September. And SIA, this is a School Improvement Award grant.
Thank you. Now I'd like to turn to Ms. Gill, our Director of Research, Evaluation, and Assessment, to present the CAP plan.
Good evening. Tonight I'm presenting a corrective action plan for your authorization to submit to the New Jersey Department of Education, also in tab 5, found on page 7. During the administration this year of the Access for ELS in February, a student had a cell phone leaning flat against her laptop screen while she was taking the assessment. Although the cell phone was not in use at the time and it was reviewed for use during the assessment and found not to have been in use at any point during the assessment, we are required to provide a corrective action plan to prevent this from happening in the future. Our actions include informing parents that cell phones are not permitted in test sites for any state assessment, continuing to advise students that cell phones are not permitted in test sites for any state assessment, continuing to include cell phones as unauthorized electronic devices in test sites during state assessment trainings that are provided to staff members at our schools, and continuing to provide an opportunity for students to put their cell phones in their backpacks or lockers if they forget and bring them to the test site, or to hand them in to their teacher prior to beginning the assessment. Although these actions are in response to the unauthorized electronic device during the access assessment, they will be implemented for all state assessments moving forward.
Thank you, Mrs. Gill. And Dr. Nunes, our Director of Bilingual ESL and World Language.
On page 5, there's an authorization for the New Jersey Consortium for Immigrant Children to provide an information session on Know Your Rights to multilingual learners in the After-School Bilingual Achievement Strategies program on April 23rd at Admiral William F. Halsey Junior Health and Public Safety Academy. The presentation will focus on immigration rights, affordable health care, and opportunities for first-generation students at Kean University.
Thank you. And Dr. Cedeno, if you would please report out on the donations for this month.
Certainly. I'd like to have your attention go to page number 8 for donations. This evening we have 6 donations that we would like to present for consideration for the board. The first one being $1,000 for a handsome energy system that will be donated to our Elizabeth High School Frank J. Sickerell Odyssey of the Mind program. We also have 2 donations coming in from ST Math for both School 5 and for School number 12 for their family and math nights. So we'd like to thank ST Math. In addition, for School number 9, from Isabella Chiarvalli, we have a donation of 35 backpacks and school supplies for our students in the Jerome Dunn Academy, School number 9. Then I would like to also thank Empower Somerset Partnership and for a $4,000 donation for the Frank J. Sickerell Academy Empowered Team Leader Program. This is a health and wellness initiative at the school. And lastly, we would like to thank the Union County Board of County Commissioners for their donation of 5 books to School number 22, which really are diverse books for our student body there. So that concludes this portion of the agenda.
Thank you, Dr. Cedeno. And Mrs. Finch-Johnson, would you like to report out on the fundraising requests for this month?
Yes, thank you. So on page 10 of the authorizations this evening for your approval are 109 fundraisers. They include t-shirt sales, car washes, family flapjack breakfast event, movie night, snack sales, Mother's Day flower and candy sales. We have spring dances, as well as several Scholastic Book Club sales for your approval.
Yes, Madam President.
Thank you to everyone who reported, and thank you for mentioning the page numbers that allowed us to follow. I appreciate that. I mean, I was listening to everyone, and everyone did it, so I appreciate that. Thank you. At this time, does any board members have any comments or questions for tab 5 or tab 5A?
Madam President?
Yes.
I have a question on the SIA monies. How are we going to use that? Has that been broken down already or allocated?
Yes, we've already created a plan. They already have some extra programs running at their school. For instance, they have a before-school tutoring program. They have a lunchtime program. They have a after-school incentive program. And we also have some supplies that are being ordered for their students. We have an attendance task force program that's helping track their students and making connections with students who are tardy and absent to see if we can get them to be in school on time or consistently. And we have an alternative to suspension program running there also, so instead of obviously suspending students, they can have this extra kind of detention with some remediation and some thought processes on their behaviors.
I like that. Alternate
to suspension.
Everybody heard that, right? We like that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Yes, Madam President?
Yes.
Dr. Ojeda, on page 6, the luncheon for the CST, is that the first time that we're holding that?
Yes, it is.
Oh, I'm very happy to see and to recognize they do a lot of work, and I'm very happy to see that they will be recognized. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? I do want to say I know Board Member Maria Carvalho had mentioned School 4 participating in the Teen Arts program. So, they did an excellent job 2 weeks ago displaying some artwork here for Women's History Month. So, Superintendent, if we could encourage them to apply to the Teen Arts Festival or the Citywide Art Show. I do have a question on page 3 regarding the Jewish Education Center. Is this the first time we applied? I feel like I've heard it before.
No, it's not the first. This would be our third year of
Okay.
this grant.
Did you identify the 2 teachers already?
Actually, the way it works is the teachers apply to the state of New Jersey, and the JEC selects the teachers. But both teachers who applied to the state of New Jersey were selected by the JEC.
Only 2 people applied?
Out of the district, yes.
Oh, that's easy. Okay, thank you. That's all I have. Any other comments, questions? Seeing none, Mr. Kennedy, if you can add tab 5 and tab 5A authorization reports to our agenda, please. Thank you. Tab 6 or tab 6A, finance and accounting reports. Any questions from our board members?
Madam President?
Yes.
Tab 6, number 33. I'm assuming Mr. Kennedy can answer this. Is this the new building that we will be moving into?
Yes, it is, over at the Imperial Plaza, across the street from the Mitchell Building.
Is this company doing the fit out for us? Because it says March through June.
That's just the rent from March through June.
Oh, okay, so we pay that company the rent. Okay, so this is not the fit out, that's the rent.
Yeah, what happened with that is they asked for a deposit for the term of the lease, and I negotiated with them, instead of holding the deposit, that we would prepay the rent for 6 months.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy.
Any other questions for tab 6 and 6A? Seeing none, Mr. Kennedy, if you can add that to the agenda, please. Tab 7, award of contract and reports. If I can have our superintendent.
Thank you, Madam President. We'd like to begin with Mr. Etienne.
Thank you. We have 2 contracts for your consideration under tab 7, page 1. First is a contract with Rutgers University for the dual credit program at Halsey Leadership Academy. It will be a health dual credit program for a high school student as mandated by the Perkins Grant. And the agreement requires students must enroll in high school biology or algebra and be at least a sophomore, and Elizabeth Public School teachers whose teaching credential have been approved by Rutgers will instruct Rutgers College Credit Course. This will be equivalent in rigor and those at Rutgers campuses. Also for your consideration, under tab 7, page 5, contract with International Institute for Restorative Practices. This will be a contract for in the amount of $41,876, and the focus will be International Institute for Restorative Practice will provide professional development for training of staff members, restorative practice for educators. We will have almost 90 educators that could be available to take part of this training, and the focus will be process for creating positive learning environment, building social capital, and resolving relational issues. We also will have a training that will be focused on restorative leadership development. This will be for our principals or administrators. This set of training will provide participant with the opportunity to discuss restorative practice in relation to leadership. And finally, a training on training the trainers fundamental restorative to create a sustainability over time with selective group of staff members so that they could provide this training over time. That is it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Etienne. Next, we turn to Dr. Badalis. I believe you have several contracts to report out on.
Hello again. I have 3 contracts in tab 7 on page 2. All of them are there for your consideration and approval. The first 2 contracts are with Elevate Educators, LLC. The first contract is to conduct professional development training for teachers at Admiral William F. Halsey Junior Health and Safety Academy Annex for 4 full-day professional development sessions April through June. The topics will include classroom management, procedures, environment, and culture and climate in the classroom. This is funded through Title I SIA funds, and it's not to exceed $8,800. The second contract with Elevate Educators is also for professional development training for teachers at one of our non-public schools, Harmony Christian Academy, for 2 half-day professional development sessions. One is in April and one is in May, and this is funded through the Title II Professional Development non-public allocation of our Title II grant, and it's not to exceed $2,764. And finally, the last contract is with the Danielson Group to provide professional development and support to all district and school leaders on the Charlotte Danielson Framework for Teaching Observation Tools, funded through American Rescue Plan, Accelerated Learning Coach and Educator Support Subgrant, and it's not to exceed $83,750.
Thank you, Dr. Badalis. We're going to turn over to Mr. Candolino, Director of Athletics.
Yes, on page 2, contract with Nikhil Balandi Foundation from West Orange to allow our Thomas Edison Career and Technical Academy students to participate in workshop assemblies entitled Driver's Ed through the art program. This program will have our driver's ed students work with our art department to create murals and collages of those sorts regarding dealing with safety in driving. We also had this program last year at Hamilton, and our supervisor of phys ed and health felt it was a very good program, very worthwhile. I also have a second contract request on page 19, and that is with AAA, and their program is called Shifting Gears, and this program is guest speakers will come in and provide our driver's ed students with the new marijuana requirement laws and just the different changes in the driver's ed and especially the marijuana law.
Important topics. Thank you, Mr. Candolino.
Thank you.
Mr. DiDonato.
Good evening again. Under tab 7, award of contracts, I have 8 contracts to present. Our first contract on page 3 for your consideration is with Bookalicious Inc., and it is for school-level student assemblies for grades 3 to 8. This will allow New York Times bestselling author John Hsu to share with our students what it means to be a reader, a writer, and discuss how stories can change us, inspire us, and connect us. Additionally, every student that participates in the assembly will receive books in order to build their own libraries at home. The following schools will participate: schools 2, schools 15, 21, and 22, at the cost of $19,781.75, being paid out of ARP funding. Our second contract on page 4 for consideration is with Crisis Prevention Institute, and will provide professional development to all our security personnel. This PD will take place on April 3rd and 4th. The training will certify all EPS security guards in CPI's nonviolent intervention program, ensuring our schools are safe learning environments, at the cost of $160,000, being paid out of ARP funds. The third contract on page 4 for consideration is with SEEDS, Access Changes Everything. SEEDS works with high-achieving students in preparation for admissions into highly selective private schools and colleges across the country. The SEEDS program is open to all 7th grade and high school students at no cost to the board. The fourth contract on page 4 for consideration is with Stepping Stones Group. This is for the hiring of 3 additional registered behavior technicians. The RBTs will support the following schools: Schools 1, Schools 3, Schools 26. The RBTs will support the behavior needs of students being serviced through 504 plans at a cost not to exceed $57,000 and being paid out of ARP funds. Fifth contract on page 20. Give it a second. See them turning. For consideration is with Avid Center. Avid will be providing professional development for all EPS site team leaders on April 25th and 26th. The Avid Pathway Training will reinforce the Avid mission of college and career readiness for all students at the cost of $22,000 being paid for out of ARP funds. Our sixth contract on page 21 for consideration is with Prevention Links to provide Narcan training to all school nurses and security guards. The nursing training was held previously on March 11th, and the security guard training will be upcoming on April 2nd at no cost to the board. Seventh contract tonight is on page 21, is with MedServ Healthcare Solutions to provide CPR and AED certification training to all EPS school principals as well as assistant superintendents at the cost of $2,000 being paid out of local funds. And lastly, our final contract on page 21 for consideration is with IDM Medical Gas Company to provide the annual oxygen inspections on all district oxygen tanks at the cost of $2,225 being paid out of local funds. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DiDonato. I'd like to turn to our Director of Security, Mr. Glacken.
Good evening. For your consideration tonight on page 6, item number 2, that we enter into a contract with Black River Defensive Solutions to train 20 of our guards in the Stop the Bleed. Stop the Bleed teaches individuals how to provide initial actions to stop uncontrolled bleeding in emergency situations. And if approved, it'll bring the number of guards trained up to 100. Thank you.
I'd like to turn to our Director of Food Service, Jamie Levitt.
Good evening. Tab 7, pages 8 and 9, I have 4 recommendations to enter into contract for the 2024-2025 school year. One is for baked goods for R&P Baking. One is for fluid juices with Driscoll, and cleaning supplies with ACJ&R Supply Company, and contract with Durley Farms for dairy products. Also, another consideration on page 8 is rejection of a bid for pizza products due to modifications in bid specification, and the rejection bid for produce because there were some miscalculation errors in the bid. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to turn now to Dr. McMullen, please, Director of Special Projects.
Good evening again. I have 5 contracts for your consideration and approval this evening. The first contract on page 11, towards the bottom, is with Hoop Mifflin Harcourt, which will provide professional development to the learning and reading specialist in Amira. Amira delivers personalized and in-the-moment tutoring to students in grades K-6 based on the science of reading in English and Spanish. This professional development will explore the functionality Amira provides with detailed data on student progress with a focus on reading skills for a total of $3,780. The second contract on the same page, 11, all the way on the bottom, is with the Newgrange School of Princeton with the Anne Rabanowitz Educational Center to provide training on the Wilson Reading System introductory course during the week of April 23rd to the 25th for the learning and reading specialists. This 3-day training will provide an overview of this comprehensive Orton-Gillingham-based program of how to teach phonology, phonemic awareness, morphology, and spelling in an integrated, explicit, systematic, and multisensory way for students in grades 2 and above, for a total of $8,000. My third contract is on page 12 at the top. This contract is with the Institute for Multisensory Education to provide an Orton-Gillingham Plus training for our teacher-tutor interventionists, reading and learning specialists during the week of May 13th to the 17th. The Orton-Gillingham methodology will focus on the philosophy of multisensory, sequential, and direct instruction in the foundational skills of reading, spelling, and morphology, for a total of $43,500. My fourth contract is on page 15 at the bottom. This contract is with the Visual Arts Center of New Jersey for up to 450 students in the 8th grade visual arts to attend a museum experience and hands-on workshops during the month of April through June at no cost to the board. This program will expand students' interests, knowledge, and learning experiences through art in preparation for high school. And the last contract is on page 16, is with Louis Hellinger, LH Creative LLC, as Assistant Color Guard Director for the winter-spring season. Thank you.
Dr. Nunes?
Okay, so I have 4 contracts for your consideration tonight. So on page 16, there's Carnegie Learning will provide job-embedded professional development services to support mathematics instruction within the bilingual ESL summer programs for K-8 bilingual teachers, and that's not to exceed $60,000. For our high school bilingual teachers, it will not exceed $30,000, and that is being paid out of ARP. Additionally, on page 16, you have Vista Higher Learning will deliver professional development that is designed to correlate the world languages curricula to the content and usage of the Vista Higher Learning Supersite, which is an online platform to support the World Language Pacing Guide and content sequence. This professional development will support all 4 domains of language, as well as performance indicators in the ACTFL standards. The professional development occurred in the month of March, on March 11th, and it did not exceed 750, and we will continue this type of professional development in September 2024 during our district PD days, and that will be in the amount of $8,000. This is funded through the ARP Accelerated Learning Coaching Funds. The third contract is with Children's Literacy Initiative, and they will provide job-embedded professional development to support literacy instruction. These services will be provided to K-8 bilingual and ESL teachers within the bilingual and ESL summer programs, and that is not to exceed $95,521.33. And that is paid out of ARP. And the final contract is with Inspired Instruction, and they will provide professional development training sessions to grades 3 to 8 bilingual self-contained teachers, bilingual in-class support teachers, as well as our high school ESL teachers. The topics will be mindfulness, supporting positive behavior, and academic performance and strategies for increasing student motivation. This professional development will take place also during the month of September during the district PD days in the amount of $15,000 and also paid out of ARP. And that's it.
Thank you, Dr. Nunez. And I'd like to turn now to Dr. Ojeda.
Thank you. So we have a number of contracts for your review this evening, starting second from the top on page 17. There is a contract with the Morris Union Jointure Commission for the provision of behavior analysis services for a student attending the Developmental Learning Center in New Providence. Right underneath that, there is a contract for us to begin a 3-year partnership with Kane University for partnership around hosting externs in their school and clinical psychology program leading to the PsyD degree. Following that, there are 3 rescissions of home care therapy, home nursing contracts that we have for students. These rescissions are created by one student having left, one student having nursing services provided by another student, and another student not needing nursing services while driving. Finally, there are 2 last contracts for us on page 18. The top one is for the provision of nursing services for a different student who will be attending School 28. And finally, the amending the contract with Progressive Therapy of New Jersey, that will be to enhance and increase the amount of services we receive from board-certified behavior analysts to work with students in our autism program. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ojeda. And this completes tab 7 under contracts.
Thank you so much to everyone who presented. I heard a lot of interesting items and things that are coming to our district, so thank you for the unique things that you're bringing to the district, the unique contracts and things that's going to benefit not only our teachers, our staff, but also our students. At this time, do we have any board members who have a comment or question regarding tab 7? Yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
If I may. Mr. Ojeda, I'm going to go backwards because the contract with Kane, is that in addition to, or are we leaving another company, organization?
No, that is in addition to. That will be so that starting in September and then for the next 3 years, we can host their doctorate in psychology student teachers to work with our school psychologists.
Much needed, so thank you. Thank you for finding that. I had a question about the contract with Rutgers University on the dual credits. I believe we're already in contract this year also, right? And if so, did we have any students in that enrolled or are taking advantage of the program?
I would have to just get back to you on the detail of that, but this is just for this health dual occupation, but we'll definitely get back to you on the detail of the numbers. I don't want to quote.
Okay, if you could, because I'm
Yes.
really very curious to know if we're, affording our students that ability, and if we are, that's great, and I'd like to know how many, and what high schools.
Yes.
Thank you. And one more. Just curious, contracts with the elevated educators, I see that it's the Harmony Christian Academy. Is that just because they're in our city?
Yes, all schools who are non-public schools located in our boundary receive title funds. So they did receive a Title II allocation. So this is coming right out of their title allocation. As the public school district, we manage all the non-public title funds, but they work with us and we present their contracts.
And just, again, curious, but we only have one, correct? In the entire city?
We have 2. We have the JEC and we have Harmony Christian Academy.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I had one. I'll find it. You can move on.
No problem. Any other board members for tab 7? Tab 7?
Madam President, I have a...
Yes. Do you pronounce your name Giron? Giron is your last name? Giron? Giron. Okay. Yes, Ms. Giron.
So I have a question about the contract with Seeds Access Changes Everything. I was wondering what schools this would be available to. As you said, it's for 7th grade to high school.
And what page are you referring to?
Page 4.
Thank you.
So Seeds is available for all of our 7th graders moving up to 8th grade and our 10th, 9th, 10th, and 11th grade students. So counselors presented this information, and then students and their families now have the opportunity to apply to Seeds.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Any other questions? I have a comment, or a question actually. Page 6 for Mr. Glackens. So you said that after we do the 20 security guards, now we're going to go to 100?
No.
That'll be trained?
If we get this approved tonight, it'll make 100 guards that would be already trained.
Okay.
We have 80 trained already.
Okay. How many more do we need to be trained?
75 to 90, maybe.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And that was a question? Okay. And another question now. So do you think, so you're going to come back in another few months when
Yes.
you get some funding to finish the
Yes.
rest? Okay. So you want the whole entire, all your security guards to have the same training?
That's our goal, yes.
I agree. I like that goal. Thank you.
Can I just piggyback off of your
Absolutely.
question? Is it something that should get renewed every X amount of years?
No,
or-
once you're trained, you'll be assigned, each guard will be getting their own kit that they
Okay.
would carry with them. And
So-
God forbid something happens, they're already trained, as would be the nursing staff.
Very good. So we should probably just see this every so often as you get new
Yes.
staff.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification, Director.
You're welcome, thank you.
Madam President. I have a question regarding to the same item. The sub securities are included in trainings or in this the subs?
Yes, if we can.
The funding
We want to
for-
get the full-time guards first, then incorporate our subs. But
Okay.
I would think it's more conducive to have the full-time guards first.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I'm going to add another question to that. So as guards continue to become full-time, is the initial thing, their training will be part of this?
No, we would get them certified down the road as well.
Okay. Do you have like a timeline, or you think, I'm just asking potential questions, like, do you think like a year before they hit their 1-year mark, you want to get them trained in this?
Yes, that's our goal.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other oh no, I saw another one. I love the fact that we're doing CPR for all the principals. I thought that was excellent, so thank you for that. Got my little tabs. And I love the fact that AAA is coming to do that shifting gears program. Thank you. But I see that it's from everybody. Yeah, so that's great. Any other questions from our board members for tab 7?
I have just one comment, Madam
Yes.
President. I just want to thank Anthony DeSantos and also our administration for being open-minded and to hear the Seeds Access Changes Everything. That is a great program. I am a product of that program, and so I can give you my own testimony. That's been a great blessing for me, and I'm sure this is going to bless a lot of the kids in our district with great opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing that. Any questions for this tab? Seeing none, Mr. Kennedy, if you can add tab 7 to our agenda, please. All right, we are in tab 8. And in tab 8, thank you. Okay, no problem. This is our miscellaneous communications. At this time, I'm going to ask our student representative, Ms. Giron, from Dwyer Academy, to give her report, please.
Good evening, honored members of the Elizabeth Board of Education, Superintendent Hugo Meyer, Principal Ms. Jimenez, and the public. I am Alondra Calva Giron, and it is my pleasure to represent Johnny Dwyer Technology Academy on this night to highlight our students' achievements. Elizabeth Public Schools strives and accomplishes the epitome of a promising future filled with education and care. Johnny Dwyer Technology Academy promotes a welcoming environment for newly arrived and current students to excel and perform at their highest potential. Dwyer paid tribute to Black History Month through their ceremony composed of dance performances celebrating the impact of African Americans on dance and music. The National English Honor Society kicked off the year with the school newspaper. Students can submit articles ranging from food reviews, philosophical reflections, and current school events to engage in expressing their literary love. The National English Honor Society hosted a book drive in the month of March. Throughout April, the club will leave book stations around the school so students will have the chance to explore all genres of literature. Dwyer had the honor to be recertified as a 2024 NJ School of Character, in which they demonstrated the support behind the social and emotional wellness of students and ensured they have a sense of belonging. Students thrive in Dwyer's environment as our school pushes a culture of matriculation. College culture is represented at Dwyer, and no better proof of that than earning the accolade and distinction as an AP honor roll school. Our school demonstrates a clear and effective commitment to promoting equitable access to higher education. Read Across America showcased how inclusive Dwyer represents amongst the MC, POE, and ESL program to ensure that no one reads alone. The No One Reads Alone campaign has proven that Dwyer attests to the diversity and quota of facilitating the love of literature through Dr. Seuss books. Women's History Month at Dwyer celebrated the accomplishments of women in our lives and history. JEDA celebrates the progress, equality, and empowerment of our women's dreams. The student government had the opportunity to hand out carnations to the women's staff to show love for all the hard work they provide. To recap Women's History Month, the police department talked to the 10th graders of their experience in life as a woman and as a cop. Meanwhile, the rest of the high schools have been busy with their accomplishments and opportunities for their students. Edison continues to provide extensive opportunities within their cosmetology program, as proven in their recent trip to the International Beauty School in New York to educate future beauty professionals. Jefferson presented their spring play, Once Upon a Mattress, to deliver an unforgettable comedic experience through humor and music. Frank J. Sicarel and Jefferson collaborate to tackle Relay for Life. This opportunity to come together to celebrate cancer survivors, loved ones lost, and fight back against cancer truly exemplify the compassion shared amongst students. Hamilton highlights Women's History Month through their International Women's Symposium, in which women from all walks of life, such as alumni, teachers, and more, empowered students to give them the courage and motivation to pursue their passions and further their education. Dwyer had the chance to celebrate achievements throughout the academic school year. Thanks to the efforts of Ms. Jimenez, the faculty were able to enjoy a potluck to showcase kindness and community building on Unity Day. Dwyer had the honor and privilege to be revalidated as an avid national demonstration school. With this triumph, students succeed both academically and socially to execute distinctive college readiness. I have observed firsthand the exceptional academic potential that is within all of my classmates. I have seen the heights we can soar to within the rigor of our current curricula, and I feel as though we can soar even higher with the proper supports in place. With this, many colleges become mandatory to submit the SAT. It is essential to ensure that students have the best chance to score at their highest academic potential. The SAT is one of the most important exams for any high school student to strengthen their college application. I understand that the College Board offers online SAT practice, however, students prefer in-person training. A study from the National Institute of Health reports that over 60% of students prefer in-person instruction over online. From my past experience, COVID showed how the guidance of a teacher in person helped me understand the material better. Additionally, considering how a majority of the students at Dwyer, Halsey, and Edison are bilingual, it would be helpful to get in-person instruction as this test is new for many of them. As an avid national demonstration school, I would like to see a district-wide SAT prep available bi-weekly for all high school students. In these sessions, it would provide practice for the English and math portions. The concept would be similar to the NJ GPA practice that was offered in 2023. The fact that I stand before you today with this opportunity to discuss school matters is truly a testament to the board's efforts to include student voices into the structure of our school system. A cooperative, student-centered approach is policy and is crucial in creating an equitable and progressive school environment. I thank you endlessly for this opportunity, and I assure you I do not take it lightly. I would like to thank my parents, brothers, sisters, friends, youth organizer, and loved one for supporting and encouraging my dreams and my education. I would like to show special gratitude for Ms. Jimenez and the school counselors for acting as a support system throughout my high school years. Moving forward, I've had the honor to receive the Princeton Prize Award in advancing racial equity in my community. With this said, I am excited to see what Elizabeth Public Schools has in store for the future to develop the heart and spirit of our town. Like Selena said, if you have a dream, don't let anyone take it away, and always believe that the impossible is possible.
Thank you so much for sharing what's going on in your school as well as the other schools, and thank you for being here and for representing your student body. Are there any questions or comments from our board members to our student representative? And thank you, Ms. Jimenez, also for being here and supporting her as well. We appreciate that. Thank you. At this time, we're going to continue on in our tab 8 in our communications as a means of us to be transparent with the community, for them to know what we are doing behind closed doors. All of the chairpersons have been asked to give a written report, or a verbal report for you, a verbal report regarding their committee meetings that happened over the last 30 days. So at this time, I'm going to ask the Ed Management Chairperson, Board Member Stephanie Concalves-Pastana, give her report for Ed Management.
Thank you, Madam President. The Educational Management Committee met on March 6, 2024 from 4 p.m. to 5:30. The attendees board members were Stan Nieron, myself, Maria Carvalho, and Rosa Moreno Ortega. Our general council members were Mr. Ed Kaloji and Judge Malone, aside with Mr. Harold Kennedy, Business School Administrator, and Olga Hugelmeyer, Superintendent of Schools. The Educational Management Committee reviewed the data presented for the total number of field trips scheduled by school. The committee reviewed the second marking period attendance data. There were 28,308 students enrolled in the 3 early childhood centers, 26 elementary schools, and 8 high schools. Students attending school at pre-K providers and in and out of district placements are excluded. Of the total population, 15,231 students have attended at least 95% of the possible days. There are 6,068 students who are currently deemed as chronically absent, which is identified as attending school 90% of the possible days or less. The committee reviewed the academic performance during marking period 2, including benchmarks, final marking period grades, and GPA for high school students. The highlights included performance in the second marking period this year having showed improvements in both ELA and math. As of the end of the second marking period of 2023-2024 school year, 52.2% of high school students have earned a GPA of 3.0 or better. Participation in the Panorama survey for students in grade levels 3 through 12 included a participation rate of 98.4%. Lastly, as the end of the January 2024, our buses had a 93% on-time rate. Our district buses were on time for 94% of the time, and our contractor buses were on time for 91% of the time. So a big kudos to our bus department, our transportation department, which Director Rejo is not here, but thank you for that whole team to provide on-time coverage for all of our students. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At this time, I'm going to have the chairperson for our Special Education Committee, Board Member Ileana Chevers, give her report.
Good evening. Thank you, Madam President. Special Education Committee had our monthly meeting on March 7th. At the meeting was present Stan Nieron, Board Vice President, Commissioner Dayan Barbosa, and Commissioner Isaiah Rivera, Ecology, General Counsel Josh Malone, General Counsel Harold Kennedy, School Business Administrator, Olga Hugemeyer, Superintendent of the School, and Dr. Ojeda, Director of Special Service, and myself as chairperson. The committee discusses the security and safety measures in our schools. A field report will be shared with the Special Education Committee by Richard Shaughnessy, Supervisor of Security. The committee was interested in the professional developmental offering on the topic of managing challenging student behavior. Handle with care training was discussed. Plans are underway for Autism Awareness Month, including a school days event and a collaboration with Union County Board of County Commissioners and the Union County Department of Human Services through the Office for People with Disabilities and Special Needs. In organizing County Autism Acceptance Celebration on Saturday, April 20 at 10 a.m. at Matano Park. Special Service also discussed our last CPAD meeting to happen on March 6th. At the meeting, the committee for CPAD, during the committee, we discussed the committee CPAD to went over different parents' presentation, the draft for the new bylaw, and address parent questions. Our student with disability has been participating in various school-based extracurricular activities that's including Saturday bowling clinics, Saturday soccer athletic clinic, Saturday recreation program at George Washington Academy School No. 1, Saturday Special Olympic celebration. The Director of Special Service shared that the ESSER ARP program are under review for inclusion in our 2024 and 2025 district budget. Thank you so much, Director, for share all this update with us during the meeting and always answer all the questions to the members have for you regarding to your department. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At this time, I'm going to have the chairperson of the Finance Committee, Board Member Jerry Jacobs, give a report, or give his report.
Thank you, Madam President. The Finance Committee met on March 11th on our first meeting concerning the budget. The meeting was attended by Madam President, all the Finance Committee members, all our co-counsel, as well as Mr. Kennedy, Madam Superintendent, Mr. Malhotra, and Tracy Crosby, Director of Early Childhood. The Finance Committee discussed the 24-25 early childhood budget. On February 29th, the district received the projected 24-25 preschool education aid for $43,931,635 for 270 general education students for that year. This represents a reduction of $3,664,905 for the current school year. It would serve 3,175 general education students. This was inclusive of 2,450 preschool students in district, 540 preschool students at provider sites, and 185 preschool students at Head Start. The Finance Committee discussed advocating the fully funded budget based on the projection submitted to the NJDOE. Our second meeting occurred on March 13th. Was again attended by Madam President, all members of the Finance Committee, our co-counsel, along with Mr. Kennedy, Madam Superintendent, Mr. Malhotra, and we were also joined by Mr. Dieter Lurch and Julius Consoni as accounting consultants. The committee met to review the submission of the 24-25 tentative budget. The following items were reviewed. Comparative overview analysis of the 24-25 budget prepared by our accounting consultant. Second item discussed was the budgeted expenditure comparative analysis of the 24-25 budget to current budget year. The third item discussed was the allocation of increased state aid. The budget highlights, which were presented in abbreviated and brilliant fashion by Madam Superintendent, was no tax levy, the acquisition of Immaculate Conception for JBJ STEM Academy, which is another new school, so 9th grade annex, expansion of school number 9 Annex B, Also sustaining $5.2 million in ARP funds into our current budget. So funds, programs that were, and services that were initially funded in the last 3 years by ARP funds, we've been able to incorporate into our future budget for next year. And in addition to that, 146 new positions. The board resolution for the adoption of the 24-25 tentative budget and submission to Executive County Superintendent will be presented at the special board meeting on March 18th. The budget hearing is scheduled for March 2nd, 2024. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. We are working on this board. At this time, I'm going to have a member of the legal committee give the report on behalf of the board vice president, who is not here, and who's also the chairperson for legal committee. So I'm going to have board member Isaiah Rivera give the report on behalf of the chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. The legal committee, we met on March 13, 2024. Those in attendance was our board president, Charlene Bathurst-Dorjali, vice president Stan Naron, who's also the chairperson, board member Ileana Chevres, general council members Michael Simmons, Judge Malone, Mr. Harold Kennedy, school business administrator, Olga Hugelmeyer, superintendent of schools, and myself. The committee, we reviewed the proposed revisions of the CPAC policy. And the first reading of the CPAC policy will be today. A request was made by the committee for a summary of the status of cases. That was the report for our meeting.
Thank you so much.
Madam President?
Yes, Mr. Jacobs.
I have a question for Madam Superintendent. Madam Superintendent, the data that, and reports that were discussed on the Management Committee, will that information be uploaded to the board cloud?
Yes, in fact, the members of the Ed Management Committee have access to it. I need to extend it to the entire board.
Thank you,
I
Madam
will do so.
Superintendent.
Yes, thank you for your question.
All right, moving on. Tab 9. Any questions? Oh, I apologize. I just want to thank all of my chairpersons and board members for your active participation on the committees throughout the month. I know it's a lot of work, but I appreciate all that you guys are doing to make sure that we are moving the district forward and that we're staying ahead of what's going on and we're staying in the know. So I also want to thank our superintendent, Mr. Kennedy, for always attending all the meetings, and our superintendents and whoever comes to our meetings. I appreciate your insight, and I just wanted to say thank you. Moving on now. So tab 9, claims list. Are there any questions? Seeing none, Mr. Kennedy, if you can add that to the agenda. Tab 10 through 10P are resolutions. I just want to acknowledge that next month we have Autism Awareness Month for the entire month of April, and we have National Library Month for April 7th through the 13th. And I know our superintendent mentioned some stuff. I can't see all this, but I want to acknowledge all of our vice principals for National Vice Principal Week for April 1st through the 5th. I also want to acknowledge everyone who has a volunteer heart for National Volunteer Week for April 21st to 27th. And I want to acknowledge our Jazz Appreciation Month and our National Poetry Month, and as well as our Administrative Professional Day on April 24th. Are there any questions from any of the board members from anything from tab A to, from tab 10A to 10P? Any questions for anything from tab 10A to 10P? And Mr. Kennedy, do you need to read anything into the minutes? The requisition for taxes?
No, but I do need to do the first reading on the CPAC policy, if I could.
I have that down too. Hold on. Is it, you have to do the CPAC reading as well as the school meals program? That's the first reading too?
No, school meals is not on for first reading tonight.
Where did I get this from? It's in my binder.
Yeah, that was erroneously placed there. We need to discuss that policy in committee.
Okay, thank you. So you can read the CPAC one, thank you.
We have the first reading of Policy 1221, Special Education Parent Advisory Committee, and Regulation 1221, Special Education Parent Regulation for Special Education Parent Advisory Committee. This policy and regulation is available for review in the Office of the School Business Administrator. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no questions for tab 10A through 10P, Mr. Kennedy, if you can add that to the agenda, please. At this time, I would like to put the agenda for a vote. Yes. Oh, we could do it in private, it's fine. Since I had tabled 2 of the pages, we can do it in private and come back and accept the agenda. Okay. Awesome. Before I read the statement for private session, I just want to take some time to thank some people. If I can find my notes. I can't find my notes. All right, I'm sorry. So I just want to thank everyone for being here this evening for our March board meeting. I want to thank our police officers for being here and assisting us. I want to thank our security guards for assisting us as well. Thank you to all of our directors. Thank you to our parents who are here. Thank you to our administrators who are here. I appreciate our photographer and all of our IT people and everyone from the cabinet for being here. I know that your time is very precious, that you could be with your families, and I appreciate you all being here. I just also want to thank our kitchen staff and our custodians as well, because I know it's a lot for you to put the chairs out and put them back up. So thank you to everyone for attending and assisting in all ways possible. At this time, the President requests a motion to go into private session to consider matters exempt under the Open Public Meetings Act, specifically for discussions of personnel matters, specifically principal meet and greet, abandon of position BC, administrative leave with pay AA, suspension without pay PC, and JI, personnel report EEA, contractual matter. Legal matters, litigation, specifically settlements of special education matter and workers' compensation matter, PH and LM, consent for liquor license. Contractual matters, specifically authorization, color guard field trip, and HIB appeal. The board will reconvene in public and may take formal action. At this time, may I have a motion to go into private? It's been moved and probably second to go into private session. Are there any questions and comments? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Barbosa.
Yes.
Carvalho.
Yes.
Chevres.
Yes.
Jacobs.
Yes.
Goncalves Pestana. Rivera.
Yes.
Dorjali.
Yes, at this time, we are in private session. Thank you. Mr. Kennedy, can you please add the additional items or state the additional items to be added to the agenda, please? And also, I had tabled tab 2A, page 12, and tab 2A, page 17. I would like to add those back to the agenda.
Okay, thank you. First thing we need to add is a resolution for abandonment of position, AA. Resolution suspension without pay, PC. Resolution suspension without pay, JI. Suspension with pay pending investigation, AA. Our personnel report, tab 2B. A resolution for consent for liquor license. Resolution for settlement agreement, BRNR, on behalf of YR versus EBOE. Authorization for color guard to go to competition. And a resolution for appointment of principal of school number 19.
Thank you. At this time, I'm going to have our superintendent present the HIB report.
Thank you, Madam President. Pursuant to Board Policy 5131.1, harassment, intimidation, and bullying, and New Jersey Statute 18A:37, the results of each investigation shall be reported to the Board of Education no later than the date of the next board meeting following completion of the investigation, and include any services provided, training established, discipline imposed, or other action taken or recommended by the Chief School Administrator. Since our last Board of Education meeting on February 22nd, 2024, and through March 20th, 2024, our school counselors, school-based social workers, deputy counsel have completed 65 HIB investigations. Of these investigations, 25 cases were founded for HIB as per New Jersey law. There were 23 males, 48 females, 63 regular education students, 8 special education students that were the alleged victims. There were 58 males, 44 females, 89 regular education students, 10 special education students, 2 students from another school district, and 1 non-student that were the alleged offenders. Of the 25 cases founded for HIB, 4 cases were founded based on race, national origin, 1 case was founded based on religion, 2 cases were founded based on sexual orientation, 3 cases were founded based on gender, and 24 cases were founded based on other identifying characteristics. Of the services provided and actions taken for these investigations, there were 17 skill development lessons and trainings, 59 counseling sessions, 4 targeted behavior interventions, 11 referrals for outpatient mental health treatment, 4 classroom changes, 1 change of school placement, 7 administrative counseling sessions, 19 in-school detentions, 42 parent conferences, 8 referrals to outside agencies, 31 out-of-school suspensions, and 14 cases are continuing to be monitored. The HIB statute further requires at the next regularly scheduled meeting, after board members have received the initial report of HIB investigations, that the board issue a decision in writing to affirm, reject, or modify the superintendent's decision pertaining to the 40 cases that were reported to you at the last board meeting on February 22nd. In order for you to do so, the investigation summaries from those investigations, which were reported to you at the last board meeting, have been provided for your review prior to voting, and this completes the HIB report for the month of March. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent. At this time, may I have a motion and a second to approve the additional items added to the agenda and the entire agenda?
I make a motion to approve the additional items.
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved and properly seconded. Any comments or questions? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Barbosa.
Yes. Congratulations.
Some abstentions?
Correct.
We're voting on the entire agenda because we didn't do that earlier today, and we're voting on the items that Mr. Kennedy added after prior session.
Indeed. I abstain on tab 7, page 4, and tab 7, page 18.
Thank you. Chevres.
Yes, with abstention in tab 7, page 21. Congratulations.
Jacobs.
Yes, congratulations.
Goncalves Pestana.
Yes, with an abstention on tab 7, page 5, and tab 7, page 10. Congratulations.
Rivera,
Yes, congratulations.
Dorsley,
Yes, with an abstention on tab 7, page 5, abstention on tab 7, page 10, and an abstention on tab 4B, number 9. And I would like to abstain on the board resolution to suspend without pay for PC. And I would like to say no for the settlement of the bus driver schedule.
that wasn't on an agenda item.
Oh, sorry. All right, well, take that out. All right, but everything else you got recorded?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, congratulations to our new principal. Before we leave, does any board members have anything quick and short that they would like to say?
Very quick, Madam President. I want to congratulate first ever our sensory program over at Jeff that they did for our autism students. It was very, very nice. We got to attend with some of the board members. Bravo to them. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Madam President,
Yes.
I'd like to wish everyone happy holidays, happy Easter, happy Eid. Well, we won't be there because we won't be back. To all the families in the community and my fellow colleagues, enjoy the holidays. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other board members? Seeing none, thank you to everyone here. Thank you for the viewers online. Happy holidays, happy Easter, and God bless. At this time, I would like to get a roll call for to adjourn the meeting at 11:11 p.m.
I move to adjourn the meeting.
I second that motion.
It's been moved and probably seconded to adjourn this meeting. Roll call, please.
Barbosa,
Yes, good night.
Chevres,
Yes, happy Easter and happy spring break.
Jacobs. Yes. Goncalves, Pestana,
Yes, happy spring break, everyone.
Rivera,
Yes, happy Easter.
and President Dorsley.
Yes, thank you. Have a good night and God bless.